to you.
There.
Face on there?
Yep.
Okay. That way.
Good morning, Attorney Adams.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Attorney Anderson.
Good morning, Judge.
All right. Are we waiting for anyone?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Read the case.
Case today is in the interest of the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin versus Karen Johnson. Case number 21-CV-200. Presiding today is the Honorable Judge Stephen Booley. The appearances for the record, Your Honor, are for the tribe, Andrew Adams III, Ashley Duffy, and Lorenzo Godino. And we have the defendant, Karen Johnson, with her attorney, Bruce Anderson.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So just a quick review. This is day 4 of the case of St. Croix versus Karen Johnson. During the first 3 days, the tribe had called Karen Johnson as an adverse witness and had spent 3 days in direct examination. During that process, the tribe and Attorney Anderson came to agreement on a couple factors or points of the case, and I'd asked them to provide the court with written copies of the agreement, and I'm still looking for those. Is that going to be coming anytime soon, Attorney Anderson?
Should be coming tomorrow. My assistant had gone for the day on Friday when we reached those agreements and so on. And she'll be back Tuesday.
Okay. Now you're seeing this, Attorney Adams?
Yes, and so I guess just for clarity purposes, Attorney Anderson, are you drafting those documents, or would you? I believe we have a draft of those documents going also. How would you like to proceed?
Well, if you've got a draft, why don't you go ahead and finish that off? And should be easily for me to make any changes or suggestions to you. So
Okay, well we'll get those to you today, so you have a chance to review those, and we can get those back to the court.
all right, that'd be good.
Okay, so I can expect those tomorrow?
Yeah,
Sure.
yes, you're on. Yes, you as far as the tribe's concerned, we will get those to Attorney Anderson, and unless he proposes like significant changes, the court should be ready to be filed tomorrow at some point.
All right, we'll go from there. Okay, so where we were on Thursday was the tribe had completed their examination of Karen Johnson, their direct examination. Attorney Anderson waived his right to cross-examine her at this particular point in time. So she was dismissed as a witness, although she could still be called back by the tribe if they felt that it was necessary. So in that light, where we are right now is it's the tribe's case. And Attorney Adams, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, and so 2 of my declared witnesses are available this morning, Mr. Rick Peterson and Miss Michaela Lowe, and I am still kind of in the process of locating Chairman Reynolds, and so so what I'd like to do is essentially reserve the right to call him once, and I believe he'll be available at some point this afternoon, Your Honor, but I'm definitely prepared to move forward with Mr. Peterson and Miss Lowe.
Call your witness.
Okay. So I would like to call first, Mr. Rick Peterson.
Hey, I did move him to the main room, so he should be joining us soon.
Hello, Mr. Peterson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. And Your Honor, if it would please the court, Mr. Peterson has spiritual beliefs that would make it difficult for him to swear. So if when the clerk asks him to provide essentially a certification to the court that he is going to be speaking the truth, Mr. Peterson would prefer to use the word affirmation as opposed to swearing.
All right. Okay, Kay, put the witness on the stand.
Mr. Peterson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm.
Thank you.
Your witness, Counselor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Peterson.
Good morning.
Will you please state your full name for the record, please?
My full name is Ricky Dwayne Peterson.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, how old are you?
I am 62 years old.
All right. And Mr. Peterson, do you reside in Burnett County, Wisconsin?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, will you please tell me who your employer is?
My employer is the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, how long have you worked for the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
I am since June of 1995. I've been employed. Left a couple times for a short spell of time, but in essence, June 1995 forward.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, where are you originally from?
I'm originally from Iowa.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, did you attend college at all?
Yes, I graduate of Buena Vista College, now Buena Vista University, Storm Lake, Iowa, and a graduate of Northwest Missouri State University with an MBA, and that was located in Maryville, Missouri.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, what was the degree that you obtained from Buena Vista?
Buena Vista was a Bachelor's of Arts with an emphasis in accounting.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, when you wrapped up your collegiate studies, where did you start work?
I began my employment up in a CPA firm in Ashland, Wisconsin, 1985.
Okay, and can you tell me what a CPA is, please?
So a CPA is a certified accountant, which I currently hold that title as an inactive CPA. But a certified public accountant is someone who wishes to be in a public accounting firm or represent themselves in such a matter that they can provide professional certifications for certain financial statements or provide some certifications for audits and a little more general expertise in areas that depending on which CPA firm you work for.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, how long were you at the firm in Ashland, Wisconsin?
I was there for just shy of 3 years.
Okay, and then where did you go to next, and what position did you hold?
I went to Bad River Tribe, and let's see, 1987, I believe it was, as their comptroller.
And can you explain to me, Mr. Peterson, what comptroller means?
Basically, the comptroller is a position that oversees the various functions of the financial operations of your organization, making sure payroll, accounts payable, financial reporting, disbursements and reporting are done in a manner that others can rely upon that information, internal users and external users.
Okay, and how long were you at Bad River, Mr. Peterson?
I was there for 4 years, 1987 to approximately 1991.
Okay, and when you were at Bad River, do you know if the Bad River tribe had a housing authority?
Yes, they had housing authority.
Okay, and in your role as the comptroller at Bad River, were you ever asked to provide any type of comptroller services to the Bad River Housing Authority?
No, not at Bad River. I was
Okay.
not.
Okay. And so, Mr. Peterson, where were you employed after you left Bad River, and what position did you have?
After 1991, I left the tribe, took a little break, started working for another local CPA firm. At that time, John Meisinger, CPA out of Park Falls for a limited time, and did some consulting work. I'm sorry, I got that backwards. I went to Mole Lake. I went to Mole Lake after 1991. I was at Mole Lake from 1993 to 94-ish, in the similar capacity as a comptroller. Saucaugan, Chippewa, it's over by Crandon, Wisconsin. So I was there for two and a half years, I believe. And after that, I left that firm, or not that firm, that organization. I was then doing consulting work for John Meisinger, CPA out of Park Falls. Did some consulting work, did a little nonprofits, did a lot of compilation work for St. Croix.
Okay.
And then after
Sorry,
that, I
what?
came to.
I couldn't understand the word. You did some compilation?
Yeah, compilation. When I was asked to come over to St. Croix to work on their BIA programs in a consulting capacity, to help them. They were high risk at that time, high risk grantee for some of their BIA programs. So I was asked to come over as a consultant to do.
Hey, sir, I want to stop you. I just couldn't understand one word, and you are Mr. Adams' witness, so I don't want you to ramble on from the compilation. I'm sure he'll pick up on that if it matters. I'm sorry, Mr. Adams.
That's fine. Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. And then, Mr. Peterson, when you were at Mole Lake as a comptroller, did Mole Lake have a housing authority by chance?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and when you were at Mole Lake, were you ever asked to provide any comptroller services to the Mole Lake Housing Authority?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so I believe we've gotten to the point in time where you started working full time at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first started at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, what was your job title?
Similar comptroller Comptroller, I can't be sure which was the title, but
Okay.
similar.
Okay, and so, Mr. Peterson, can you explain to me when you first got to St. Croix and you were working as a comptroller, can you just kind of explain to me like the type of tasks and job duties that you had at St. Croix as a comptroller?
Sure. Similar to the other places, managed the accounting office, oversaw grant reporting, accounts payable, payroll, cash receipts, deposits, travel.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, I'm kind of curious, when you were the comptroller at St. Croix, when you first arrived there, from an accounting standpoint, were there, and I know like a tribe or an organization, like an employer can have, say, like a finance manual or like some type of financial policy, but were there any types of just kind of general accounting rules that you and the other finance folks kind of followed in providing services to St. Croix?
Objection to the form of the question. It's in the alternative. It's also vague.
Okay, let me rephrase this. So, Mr. Peterson, are you familiar with an acronym that is spelled GAAP?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson, does that GAAP acronym stand for Generally Accepted Accounting Principles?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson, is GAAP a financial accounting protocol that you have utilized in your roles at St. Croix over the years?
Yes, it has been.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, are there other accounting rules or principles that you have employed over the years at St. Croix?
There's GASB. I'm not sure, but that's Governmental Accounting Standards Board.
Okay.
Similar to GAAP.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, under both GAAP and GASB, is there an accounting rule or principle called internal controls?
I can't think of the specific promulgation, but yes, it's a critical part and parcel of accounting functions.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, can you explain to me what your belief and understanding is when it comes to internal controls from an accounting standpoint?
From accounting standpoint, internal controls are established in such a way so that there is timely, I would call it timely and reliable reporting of financial activity. So you have procedures in place to have that happen.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, from an internal control standpoint, would it be common for someone who requests an expenditure of St. Croix funds to also be the person that approves that expenditure?
Objection as to this witness's foundation to answer that question. He's only worked at a limited number of places, most of which seem to be tribal.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
I've asked you to respond.
Your Honor, Mr. Peterson has worked at a number of tribal organizations, so I actually believe that that qualifies him to answer this question more so than someone who has never worked for a tribe. And Mr. Peterson has an undergraduate degree in accounting, has a master's degree in business administration, and has worked for over 30 years in the realm of accounting and financial comptroller purposes. I don't know how he is not qualified to answer that question.
Attorney Anderson?
Well, if the question were, is it common within the tribal organizations for which he's worked, I would not have the objection. But I don't think that Mr. Peterson is qualified to say whether Bernie Madoff had these internal controls, or if AT&T or IBM or any of the large corporations that he's not dealt with, but they may have. It's been some time since his education, and he also indicated that he's an inactive CPA. Of course, I'll get into that on cross-examination. But I don't think the question, he's not qualified to answer the question, is it common, unless it's limited to his own experience.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Mr. Peterson, in the organizations that you have worked for and in your experience, is it common for the person who requests an expenditure of governmental funds to also be the person who approves that expenditure? Hello, Mr. Peterson?
My internet connection is unstable. I didn't hear the whole.
Okay, yeah, I can rephrase can you hear me now?
I can't hear you now.
Okay, so Mr. Peterson, over the course of your experience and for the organizations that you have worked for, the tribal governmental organizations that you have worked for, is it common for the person who requests an expenditure of tribal funds to also be the person who approves that expenditure of tribal funds?
No, that's not common.
And Mr. Peterson, why is that not common?
Generally speaking, the idea is to have validation beside yourself for that expenditure, and it would be wise and has been common to have others, like my boss would sign on my behalf. And but I would not sign. Generally speaking, it's not common to sign for your own expenditure.
And Mr. Peterson, is it or let me rephrase that. So so we've established that. Now, can you tell me, over the course of the years that you have worked at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, can you tell me the different roles you have held?
Yes, when I first started in 1995 through about 2006, I was a controller over the government, not the casinos, and not housing authority. In 2007 or 8, I was interim casino CFO for maybe a year and a half. In 2006, I was named the government's CFO, and then pretty well have been the government chief financial officer since 2006. And that just means a more expanded role to provide a little bit more oversight and maybe some financial decision-making for the leadership besides being the controller.
And Mr. Peterson, over that course of time, has the tribal government at St. Croix asked you to assist with any type of, comptroller or accounting or CFO services to the St. Croix Housing Authority?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And can you explain to me your just experience helping out with the St. Croix Housing Authority finances?
Helping out in the sense of when we had to do tribe-wide audits, so we had to provide financial statements, and so we had to look and review some of the financial activity of the housing authority, not just the government, not just the casinos. Assisted with them in developing their accounting code structure under the old legacy accounting system that they have, and even the current one that we currently have. Assisted the accounting manager, Maria Spafford, quite a bit. Helped out the current staff a little bit that's there, but mostly going back in time, helping them develop good accounting code structure and deploying that in a good way.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Peterson, when you were helping the housing authority with its finances, did you have a sense of where the funds for the housing authority's activities and expenditures and programs, like where those funds came from?
Yeah, I had a sense of the sources of income and the uses of those income streams.
Can you tell me where the funds came from to essentially fund the housing authority budget?
Primarily, it came from the NAHASDA dollars, Federal Housing and Urban Development. That was their primary source of income, and then there would be grants for Indian ICDBG grants that we would sub down to them, in community development block grants. And they would have program income, rent received. So that was, but their primary was housing, urban development, and HOSDA dollars.
Okay, and do you know, Mr. Peterson, if the tribal council at St. Croix would allocate non-federal funds to the housing authority?
I do recall one spell of time where they did provide some dollars for non-tribal expenditures. A quarter or maybe 2 quarters of some budgetary dollars. I think Monica Butler was a housing director at that time.
Okay. And so, Mr. Peterson, I'm going to show you what is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 32. And please tell me if you can see this document once I project it.
I see it.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, this document that's marked as Exhibit 32, does this appear to be a check to you that's been issued by the St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, at the top of the check, where it says program, can you tell me what it says under program?
It says tribal.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, based on your knowledge of, or actually, let me strike that. So that says tribal, Mr. Peterson. Thank you for confirming that. And then on this payment voucher, under the line program, can you tell me what it says there?
It says tribal.
Okay, and then under accounting information, Mr. Peterson, can you just walk me through, based on your knowledge of this payment voucher, like what this information means under the column of accounting information?
Section of the qualification of this witness to answer that question.
Okay, let me restate it. So Mr. Peterson, are you familiar with this payment voucher form for the St.
Yeah.
Croix Housing Authority?
Yes, I am.
Have you seen this type of document before?
Yes, I have.
And Mr. Peterson, backing up to the front page, this type of check that is issued by the St. Croix Housing Authority, were you working for the tribe in March of 2016?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and do you recall what role you were serving in March of 2016?
The government CFO.
Okay, and so Mr. Peterson, were you aware at the time that the Housing Authority had checking accounts at Shell Lake State Bank located in Spooner, Wisconsin?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, does this check with the green border? Does the green border mean anything to you?
It had a meaning. There's green and I believe there's blue. These were blank check stock, but I believe the green was for to help them track expenditures, whether they're HUD or tribal.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, on this page, on the payment voucher, this line that says GL account, or I'm sorry, it says GLACCT. Does that like kind of, do those letters mean anything to you?
Yes, general ledger account.
Okay, and can you tell me what a general ledger account is?
So it's a code or stream of codes or segments of a general ledger to help you separate different expenditures by maybe funding source, maybe by program, by general ledger, main general ledger account, or sub general ledger account if needed.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, would the general ledger account system come in? Would it be beneficial to have a general ledger account system when it comes time to do, say, a study or an audit of the Housing Authority's finances?
Yes, it would come into account.
Okay. So, Mr. Peterson, this sequence of numbers at this line next to general ledger account, does this sequence of numbers mean anything to you?
It does have meaning and purpose.
Okay, can you explain to me the purpose?
Okay, it's been a while, so apologize, but 10 typically represented tribal.
And Mr. Peterson, I'm sorry for interrupting, but to be very specific, this when you say 10 means tribal, that means at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, correct?
It could, no, not necessarily. It could mean program income for the housing authority. It could mean tribal from the tribe as well.
Right, but when we're, just to be very clear, when we're talking about these numbers, this is a numbering convention that was created for the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, correct?
The housing authority, yes.
Okay, and did you help at all in terms of creating that numbering convention?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can you explain to the court just the process of creating a numbering convention like this?
So a numbering or naming convention that I like to call it helps to assist for tracking purposes and separation of money in and money out based upon its uses according to the sources given. And it does help separate, it tells us between salaries and fringe and miscellaneous expense as well. So it helps to categorize expenditures into certain categories as well.
Okay, so the 10, Mr. Peterson, represents tribal?
Correct, yes.
And so, Mr. Peterson, on this document, where it says program tribal, what does tribal mean?
Objection. That was apparently placed on that document by someone else. So he's not qualified to answer that question because it calls for a speculation into another person's mind.
Attorney Adams.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Peterson already testified that he helped with the creation of this accounting naming like procedure. And I am asking from his standpoint what the word tribal and what the number 10 at the beginning of that account number mean to him. I'm not asking him to speculate as to what someone else was thinking. I'm asking Mr. Peterson, in terms of looking at this document, what it means to him that it says tribal next to program and that the number at general ledger account starts with a 10.
That explanation, I will withdraw my objection.
Continue. Answer the question, Mr. Peterson.
To me, it's housing authorities. This is a voucher for housing authority, and the program title tribal means tribal dollars, non-federal.
And so, Mr. Peterson, could tribal mean, say, funds that had originated as net revenue gaming that was distributed from the casino to the tribal government, and then the tribal government then provided those funds to the housing authority?
Objection again, it calls for speculation. Could it represent gaming funds?
Attorney Adams.
I'm just asking Mr. Peterson if tribal funds that start with a 10 on the general ledger account could include net revenue from one of the tribe's casinos.
Objections overruled. Answer the question.
Yes, it could represent that gaming revenue.
And Mr. Peterson, could funds that are identified with a 10 at the beginning of the general ledger account, could it also include, say, revenue, net revenue that was created from the tribe's grocery store in Siren?
It could,
So it could include non-gaming revenue that's derived from one of the tribe's businesses.
yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Peterson, do any of those other numbers in the general ledger account signify anything?
Yeah, that first zero is supposed to be, zero represents system generated, so that's unusual that it was there. That normally that placeholder is for tribal. I think it was 1, 5. It had a different HUD. It could have been other purposes, but in the 00, the 2 double 00s should have represented a program if it needed to have a program. The 0 before the 6800, I believe, was for year code to help represent what year. 6800 represented the main general ledger account. And the trailing 000 are there if needed. Typically it's 000 unless it's for a special project or something.
So, Mr. Peterson, as one of the creators of this naming convention, is the naming convention being used accurately on this form?
From accounting perspective, no.
And is your answer essentially based on the fact that it doesn't have enough complete information
To have accurate books, correct.
So okay, so Mr. Peterson, I'm going to ask you again, the information that is below that column for accounting information, can you just walk through to me what this information means? Like where it says bank number 55, what does that mean to you?
Bank 55 would represent the main HUD funding source. It was another, I can't remember all the bank numbers. 55 typically was HUD. There was one for the Hickory Fund, and I think they had another bank account for water and sewer deposits. But most of the transactions happen in bank number 55.
Okay. And so, Mr. Peterson, where it says check date, would that be the date that the check is that space reserved for the date that the check is cut or created?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson, is the check number, would that be reserved for whoever is filling this document out to record the check number on the blank that correlates with this expenditure?
Yes.
And then the check amount, the dollar amount, would correlate to the check that has been created?
Yes.
Okay, and then for the spaces, Mr. Peterson, where it says invoice number, can you tell me what that space is reserved for?
The space is reserved for the unique numbers identified to this disbursement, this invoice. If an invoice doesn't have it, the system requires an invoice number.
Okay,
Yeah.
before a check can be created.
Correct.
So would it be possible, Mr. Peterson, to create a check where there is no information listed in the invoice number?
I don't believe so. I can't say that with certainty, but I think the systems has integrity checks that you have to put an invoice number in the system.
Okay. And then, Mr. Peterson, where it says obligation, I'm assuming that the pound sign and then S is supposed to mean obligation numbers.
Yeah, that's a system generated obligation number provided within the accounting system to go along with this invoice or invoices.
And
Typically,
Mr. Peterson, can you explain to me what obligation, what does obligation mean for this form?
Obligation has similar meanings as to an invoice. It's a payment that's due, or it's not a, I guess it's a bill that's due, or a commitment of the organization for this expenditure. It's an internal tracking system for audit purposes within the accounting system as well. You have both the invoice and the obligation number.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, did you assist at all with the creation of that obligation number naming system?
Most of it was standardized. I just had to put the beginning sequencing.
Okay. So, Mr. Peterson, does this obligation number 106785 mean anything to you?
It is, yes, it does. It's what gets permanently attached within the accounting system. I don't know, you said 106, yeah.
Can you see that number, Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, I do. I just know what that's a big 8 in the middle of that one, 1806, 785. I don't know if that's.
We'll stipulate that the 106, 785.
Okay,
That's,
all right.
That's some initials that are overlapping.
Okay.
Yeah, yep. And so, Mr. Peterson, so where there is a signature block, Mr. Peterson, for program director signature, and program accountant signature, can you tell me what the purpose of having those signature blocks are for a document such as this?
Well, the purpose is the program director is the first line as to the documents that is attached to this disbursement voucher. So it's kind of important to have that first sign signature line filled out. And the program accountant is there to assist the program director on filling out the right side of this form and making sure all documents are attached as well to validate this disbursement.
So, Mr. Peterson, from a practical standpoint, does it matter who signs first?
Practically, it should be the program director first. It's important.
And why do you say that, Mr. Peterson?
Generally, the accountant is not the one that's authorizing this transaction to pay this bill. Generally, that's the program director, and the role of the accountant would be to validate that everything's attached and allowed to be processed by the accounts payable department.
And Mr. Peterson, previously when I asked you questions about internal controls at St. Croix, do these signature blocks, do they serve any function in that internal control system?
Yes, they do.
And can you explain to me the roles that these signature blocks serve in that internal control system?
It assists in making sure that what is being authorized for payment has been approved by different levels of the organization. Program director is an important signature as to, yes, this program director authorizes this for payment and that things are attached, that's available for them to validate. And then the program accountant helps with the coding and the processing of the checks. And depending on the size of the finance office, it may be given over to the accounts payable person to do. Or it might be the same person who's an accountant based on the size of their office. They may do both roles.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, would it be proper from your understanding of how internal controls functioned at the organizations that you've worked at in the past, would it be proper for this particular check to be created if the document is lacking memorialized approvals through signatures?
It would not be proper, no.
And Mr. Peterson, if the program director's signature is blank, would there be any other way to memorialize that approval?
I can't speak for the housing authority, but usually the board.
Objection, can't speak for housing authority, it's speculation.
So, Mr. Peterson, based on this document, and I'm only talking about this document that has a date of March 10th of 2016 on it. From your perspective as someone who has been trained as an accountant and has worked in finance departments for over 30 years for tribal governments, is this a properly filled out document to authorize the expenditure?
No.
And why do you say that, Mr. Peterson?
The program director's signature line is missing a signature. The GL account code is not used correctly. The vendor number is not filled out.
Now, in terms of the backup documentation, Mr. Peterson, and I'm just going to kind of scroll through the backup documentation. Now, Mr. Peterson, and I'm going to stop right here, but can you explain to me again, as someone who is trained in accounting principles and has worked in tribal finance departments for over 30 years, can you explain to me the importance of backup documentation?
In the disbursement voucher system, which we have here, it's very important to have the proper and accurate backup documentation.
And Mr. Peterson, what qualifies as backup documentation? Would receipts qualify as backup documentation?
Receipts would qualify, invoices would qualify, bills of lading, receipts of received, a purchase order along with the invoices. Purpose connection to the program.
And so, Mr. Peterson, would it make sense for this payment voucher for the backup documentation to have some type of correlation to a housing authority business expense?
Correct, yes.
So, Mr. Peterson, would this payment voucher strike you as being odd if it related to tourist passes in Hawaii? In terms of your review of this, would you consider this to be a housing related expense?
I would not.
And Mr. Peterson, at the time, how much oversight, or let me strike that. Let me rephrase. In 2016, Mr. Peterson, do you recall if the Housing Authority was included in the tribe-wide audit?
Yes, tribe-wide, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, do you recall if were you involved at all in hiring the auditing firm that would do the tribe-wide audit?
Yes, I was involved.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, can you explain to me the methodology that the auditors would employ in terms of the tribe-wide audit? And when I say methodology, to be more specific in my question, would the auditors do kind of like a limited random sampling of files, or would they go through every single would they go through essentially every single file and study every piece of paper?
No, it would not.
So, Mr. Peterson, when it comes to the fiscal year that this document would fall in, would it be, no one could assume that an auditor would have seen this document unless it was part of the sample, correct?
Correct.
So, Mr. Peterson, if a document is not flagged in an audit, then what other opportunities would a document be flagged for in terms of compliance with internal controls?
They would look at the policies and procedures. Based upon those, they would look for other methods to get to produce an opinion on the reliability of fairly presenting the financial statements. CPAs could do expansion of a sample test if they, in their sample, something in their sample was not according to policy, and they could expand their sampling if need be.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, the small print that is below the program director's signature, can you see that language on the screen?
Yes.
Can you read the language that's in the parentheses underneath the program director's signature, please?
By signing this voucher, the director certifies that the amount listed is correct and is an allowable cost to the program, and all supporting documents are attached.
And from your from your training and knowledge and experience, Mr. Peterson, can you tell me what an allowable cost to the program means?
It's a term that's in the circulars, the federal circulars, to help define what types of expenditures are allowable to be charged to a program. And it's one of the terms that is commonplace in tribal government settings.
And so, Mr. Peterson, if a cost is not allowable to a program, should it be billed to the program?
No, it can be identified separately under a different code.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, can you now read the language under the program accountant signature, please?
Yes, by signing this vouchers, the program accountant, to the best of their knowledge, certifies that the expenditures vouchered are allowable, reasonable, and allocable according to the approved budget.
Okay, and so Mr. Peterson, can you tell me what approved budget means in that line?
Approved budget is what has been submitted to your granting agency or your leadership as to guidance as to what budget line items are allowed to be expensed to this program.
And Mr. Peterson, based on, again, your education, knowledge and experience, in that line where it says, the program accountant, to the best of their knowledge, certifies that the expenditures vouchered are allowable, reasonable, and allocable. Does that mean that the expense has something to do with the housing authority's business?
According to their budget, yes.
So, Mr. Peterson, would it strike you, would you be surprised if I told you, and by looking at this document, that a check was created because of this document and it lacks a program director signature, and the same person signed that program accountant signature and that check processed by?
That would be a concern, yes.
And why would it concern you, Mr. Peterson, that the same person that is signing at program accountant signature is the same person who is creating the check?
Generally, you try to have a segregation of duties and responsibilities to help everybody have further reliance on the disbursements being accurate, timely, allowable, allocable, reasonable. It allows for a level of assurance that it's more than one person affirming that this expenditure is allowable, reasonable, approved, all those terms.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, can you tell me this check number, please?
107-291.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Peterson, I am going to, can you see this document that is marked as Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson, can you read this check number to me?
107-291.
And can you confirm that that is the same check that we were just talking about?
Yes, it's the same check.
Okay, so Mr. Peterson, what does this document represent to you?
It represents a canceled check that has gone through the financial banking industry systems.
Okay, and so this check has been presented to a bank for some type of processing, either like a cashing or a deposit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, on the face of a check, where signatures appear in the bottom right-hand corner, can you tell me what those signatures signify?
They signify authorized individuals that can sign checks on behalf of the housing authority.
And so Mr. Peterson, these individuals would also have to identify themselves to Shell Lake State Bank as authorized signers, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Peterson, based on your education, training, and knowledge, when I say to you that someone is an authorized signer with a bank on a particular account, what does that mean to you when someone is an authorized signer?
It means that they, based upon the customer agreement with the bank and the housing authority, they have authority, in this case, to sign checks so that these amounts can be withdrawn out of housing authority's bank account. It could mean to do deposits, it could mean to do wires, but here this is specifically about withdrawing. They have the authority to withdraw.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Peterson, on the back of a check where there's an endorsement space for someone to sign, what does the endorsement of a check mean to you?
To me, it means that it was presented at a banking or establishment that will cash checks, the authorization to withdraw amounts off of this bank account.
So, Mr. Peterson, would the person who is signing in the endorsement area, does that person and their name need to match the pay to the order of on the front of a check?
Yes, it could be paid. It could be for deposit only, but yes, it's supposed to be for the person in that area paid to the order of Karen D. Johnson in this case.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, can you tell me what the purpose of an address is to serve on the face of a check also? Is it to help identify the payee?
It does help to assist, yes.
So it helps both the bank when the person brings the check to deposit, they can ask for like a form of identification, correct?
Correct.
And for the housing authority, it helps in terms of identifying a quote unquote vendor or payee that the check is being cut to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Johnson, we've already established that,
Mr. Peterson?
or I'm sorry, Mr. Peterson, we've established that this check was cut to Karen D. Johnson. And Mr. Peterson, would it surprise you if Miss Johnson is signing the check as an authorized signer on the front of the check, and then she's also endorsing the back of it as the payee who is presenting it to a financial institution?
It surprises me, but it can happen.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peterson, would it surprise you based on your knowledge, education, and experience working for tribal organizations, let me ask you this. Would it surprise you that for the payment voucher that authorizes the check that Ms. Johnson is signing in two places, it does not contain a program director approval, and then Ms. Johnson is signing both the front and the back of the check?
Yes, that surprises me.
And why does it surprise you?
There's no checks and balances. There's no,
Excuse me.
there's no
Excuse me.
segregation of
Excuse me.
authorizations. Sorry?
Attorney Adams, you broke up during that question. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, my apologies, Judge
No, you
Booley.
broke up on the computer line, so please.
Yeah, so I had asked Mr. Peterson, based on his education, training, and experience working for tribal governments over, for more than 30 years, would it surprise him from an internal control standpoint if the payment voucher that authorizes the creation of the check does not have a program director signature, but it is signed by the same person at the program accountant signature and the check processed by, or the person who creates the check. And then once the check is created, the check memorializes that it was made out to the person who requested it and cut the check. And then that same person then signs as an authorized signatory and then also signs to endorse it for cash or deposit. And Mr. Peterson, what is your response to that long-winded question?
My response is that it's surprising. There's no good internal controls in place that I can see on this document to help segregate some duties and responsibilities. The payee is the same person that's signing for the disbursement voucher for themselves. There is a dual signature here on the check. It's surprising that there is not someone on the program signature. That probably is the most concerning to me as being unusual.
So, Mr. Peterson, if I told you that that the program director did approve this expenditure, but they failed to sign the document, how would you respond to that assertion?
I would not consider it a verbal or other method unless it's attached via text or something to here authorizing it as still not being approved for processing.
So it would be allowable, Mr. Peterson, say if the program director was unavailable because they were out of town or preoccupied. It would be perhaps not ideal, but permissible for, say, this document filled out to be scanned and emailed to that director. And then the director responds via email saying, I've reviewed the documents that you have presented to me, and I hereby approve this expenditure. And please print this email off and attach it to the documentation.
That would be acceptable.
That would be acceptable. Okay. Now, what if the program accountant sent a text message to the program director and the program director responded, I've reviewed the documents that you have sent to me. I approve this expenditure. Please take a screenshot of this text message, print it, and attach it to the documentation.
That would be acceptable authorization for approval to process.
So what I hear you saying, Mr. Peterson, is that the program director's approval has to be documented in some way, shape, or form that is memorialized, that is attached in some way to this paperwork.
It's very important, yes.
And why is that important?
It brings in another party, another person to validate the reliability of what's attached and authorization for this transaction. Besides the person, it's better to have more than one level to have authorization for payments.
And Mr. Peterson, if there is no oversight, or there is no checks and balances related to these expenditures, does that impact the financial integrity of the organization?
It can, yes.
So, Mr. Peterson, would this be an appropriate, would it be appropriate for a tribal program to not have internal controls and checks and balances related to the creation of checks?
Objection. Yes, knowledge of this witness to answer that question as to whatever policies the housing authority may have had.
Okay, let me restate it. Mr. Peterson, based on your education, training, and experience working for tribal governments, for this particular payment voucher, would it be proper for this check to be created?
No, it would not be proper.
Okay, so Mr. Peterson, I'm just going to show you another document here really quickly that is stamped Exhibit 83. And so, Mr. Peterson, on this payment voucher, this 55 that is at the beginning of GL account, can you tell me what that 55 signifies?
It signifies Nahasda Housing Authority. Nahasda.
Nahasda. Okay. And Mr. Peterson, can you tell me what the rest of the numbers represent in that 55, starting with 55?
That naming convention does not look correct for 2019.
And why do you say that, Mr. Peterson?
I believe there's a new accounting system that was implemented with a different naming convention.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, does next to program, what does it mean to you where next to program it says non-pro housing rents?
Non-program housing rents.
What is that? What do those words mean to you? Like, what would be a definition of non-program housing rents?
It would be the program for rents received from tribal homes, not HUD homes.
So the funds that are going into that account are coming from tenants that are living in non-HUD homes, but homes that are owned by the tribe outright, correct?
That's what that represents.
Okay.
From my perspective, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, are you familiar with this document, this travel advance request, St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority?
No, I am not.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, when it comes to mileage reimbursements for business purposes, can you tell me if in February of 2019, did the tribe have a mileage reimbursement policy that encouraged business travelers to go the most direct route with the less miles traveled?
Yes, they did.
And why would it be smart, Mr. Peterson, for an employer to insist on a policy for reimbursement that encourages less miles traveled as opposed to taking a route that would include more miles?
That is what a prudent and reasonable person would do to cost benefits, to utilize those sources of revenues in the best cost-effective manner to do so.
And Mr. Peterson, so with this payment voucher, we have the traveler opting to travel 476 miles instead of 409 miles, which is the more direct route. Would this, I would take it based on what you said, that this would not be what a prudent and practical person would do in terms of safeguarding program funds?
Correct.
And Mr. Peterson, for backup documentation where an employee says that they're traveling to Chicago for a meeting, but all they print off is essentially a description from a web page talking about a federal program, is that enough backup documentation to evidence to the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin that the person is actually traveling to Chicago for business purposes?
No, that's not enough.
And what would be needed, Mr. Peterson, like say, like a confirmation of a meeting registration, or would an email message, say from a federal official confirming a meeting in Chicago, suffice?
Yes.
Okay, but not just a printout of a federal program.
No.
And Mr. Peterson, are you familiar with the term double dipping when it comes to travel expenses?
I'm familiar with the term double dipping.
Can you explain to me what double dipping means to you as someone who has been trained and worked as an accountant and as a comptroller?
It would mean to me that someone's seeking reimbursements from two separate areas or parties to be reimbursed for the same expenditure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. And just bear with me for a second, Mr. Peterson. So, Mr. Peterson, do you see this check on the screen?
Yes,
And can you read that check number to me, Mr. Peterson?
202050.
Okay. And so, Mr. Peterson, if a check like this is created with tribal funds and just bear with me for a second. So this check number is 202050. And Mr. Peterson, do you see this? Do you see this check number here?
Yes, 202050. Yes.
Okay, and can you read the amount, Mr. Peterson?
$971 and 80 cents.
Yes, and is that the same as this check?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Peterson, if let's just say hypothetically that this check gets created, and then the person that the check is made out to takes the check and then cashes or deposits it, and then let's say they realize that that was a mistake. You follow me?
Yes.
Okay, so they realize that it's a mistake, and then they want to essentially pay the money back to the tribe. Do you recall in April of 2018 if there was some type of mechanism by which the tribe had to accept payments from employees that had made mistakes related to travel requests?
Yes.
Can you explain that process that the tribe had to receive payment from somebody who made a mistake?
We would receipt in it as a receipt, cash or a check back to the tribe to be redeposited into the account that was drawn underneath.
And Mr. Peterson, this document here, this travel reconciliation, can you explain to me? Well, first, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to me what this document means to you, like what purpose it serves?
The purpose it serves is for the traveler, when they return back to their duty station or work, they have to reconcile their actual expenditures according to the travel policy.
And what happens, strike that. So what does reconciliation mean, Mr. Peterson?
Reconciliation normally means here the reconciliation means, or St. Croix, you get in advance, but that is only in advance. You have to return to work, provide whatever receipts are needed, up or down for hotel receipts, a little more for maybe for parking than you thought you would need. So it's a reconciliation of the all included costs for that trip.
And Mr. Peterson, would you have to supply receipts to substantiate that the trip benefited the business in some type of way? Does there have to be a business purpose?
There has to be a business connection, yes. And this report hopefully has all the adequate documentation to assist in the business connection.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, what happens when in this list of I see on the travel reconciliation where next to some of the categories of expenses, it has language that says receipt required.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and so let's say, for example, Mr. Peterson, with the parking line item, if what were to happen if this particular traveler came back and did not have receipts for the parking that totaled at least $144?
They would have to return those funds back to the program where these monies were drawn from.
And they could do that by writing a check back to the tribe, correct?
They can, yes.
Were there other ways for the tribe to collect that whatever funds, like say the parking funds that were not substantiated by receipts?
It could happen through payroll deductions.
Okay. And so, Mr. Peterson, I am gonna ask oh, hold on. So, Mr. Peterson, in November of 2016, were you working for the tribe?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, did you assist with the tribe at all with any type of payroll services or payroll oversight?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, this document here that is titled St. Croix Tribal Council Timesheet, can you tell me what this document means?
It means that the employee was requesting 30 hours of vacation buyout.
And what is the, let's back up just a second. So what is a timesheet? What is a St. Croix Tribal Council timesheet? Like, what purpose did this form serve?
This form would serve the purpose of identifying which hours were worked, what day of the weeks on the biweekly pay structure, payroll work weeks that the tribe had. And it would help us to pay that person based upon hours submitted on the timesheet for hours worked.
And Mr. Peterson, in September of 2016, would employees of the tribe fill one of these out for, say, normal work hours performed for the tribe?
Not normally. There are some that did use manual timesheets that didn't have access to electronic timekeeping system.
So, so Mr. Peterson, at the time, the tribe did have an electronic timekeeping system?
Yes.
Okay. So in May of 2016, Mr. Peterson, did the tribe have an electronic timekeeping system?
Yes.
Okay, so if the tribe has an electronic system, then what would a timesheet, what purpose would it serve then? Would it be to record overtime pay?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did the electronic timekeeping system that the tribe employed in 2016, did it have the ability to track overtime pay? Or
Yes,
overtime hours?
Objecting to the relevance as to what the tribe has. The witness's prior testimony was that some departments did use manual timesheets. And this is what the rest of the tribe may have done is irrelevant to this case.
I'm only asking I'm not asking the witness, Your Honor, specifically about the defendant in this case. I'm just asking if the tribe's electronic time recording system in May of 2016 had the ability to track overtime hours in general.
I don't see the relevance of that unless housing was on that.
Overruled, answer the question.
Yes, it did have ability to track overtime.
And Mr. Peterson, did you know if the housing authority used the electronic timekeeping system or time recording system, hours work system?
Yes, they did use it.
And Mr. Peterson, did you serve any role in did you play any role in processing payroll for the tribal government in 2016?
Yes.
And what role did you play, Mr. Peterson?
I provided oversight to the payroll timekeeping processes.
And so, Mr. Peterson, would the if someone worked overtime under that system, would the would the wages be paid through their normal means, whether that's through a check or direct deposit?
Through the payroll system, yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Peterson, if someone in how about vacation hours, Mr. Peterson? Would they be paid through the payroll system?
Yes, they would.
So based on that, Mr. Peterson, would there be any necessity for the housing authority to cut separate paper checks for vacation buyout purposes in 2016?
No, there would not.
And that's based on your answer that the payroll system had the capabilities of tracking all of these hours?
Correct.
So, Mr. Peterson, with this particular check, so we've got the check made out for $600 to Karen D. Johnson. We've got a payment voucher that describes 30 hours of vacation buyout without a program director signature. And we've got a timesheet that is filled out, but there's no supervisor's signature. Does any of this strike you as being odd from an internal control standpoint as to why a paper check is being created for hours, whether they're vacation hours or hours worked at this time in the tribe's history?
Yes, it would be odd.
Would it be outside of the standard means by which tribal employees were paid for hours worked or vacation hours?
Yes, it would be.
And Mr. Peterson, in the past, did you ever have any concerns about the essentially the finances of the housing authority from 2014 to 2019 approximately?
Yes, I had concerns.
And what were those concerns, Mr. Peterson?
Not following best practices, accounting procedures, not utilizing the system that was designed to process payments, inaccurate postings to the accounting system, inadequate supporting documentation and authorization levels.
And Mr. Peterson, did you communicate with any of the folks at the housing authority about these concerns?
It was at the tribal council and executive director of the housing authority.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, do you recall from 2014 to 2019 if the housing authority was fully funded? And what I mean by fully funded is that the housing authority had a budget that would essentially cover, from your perspective, all of the needs that the housing authority had at the time?
They had resources available to them through their normal funding sources, yes.
Okay. And do you recall, Mr. Peterson, if there was ever requests by the housing authority for additional funds for budgetary expenditures from 2014 to 2019?
Not that I'm aware of. Not saying they didn't have none. I'm not aware of.
Okay. So Your Honor, we're at 12 p.m. and this might be a good time to take a break if the court so grants it.
I would agree.
And I would like to reserve my ability to continue questioning Mr. Peterson after the lunch break.
Okay, let's break until 1:15. So you see you guys in a little while. Okay, we're on recess.
So, Mr. Peterson, if you would please sign back in at 1:15, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna have a little time.
Oh, jeez.
It's cold down here.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing that's because when we got hot last week.
Oh, it's cold outside.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not very warm, so. Everybody but Judge Bullies.
Good afternoon, Attorney Adams.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Attorney Anderson.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Okay. Are we prepared to go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay, I'll call the court back to order. We're back from lunch. The tribe had on the stand for Mr. Peterson, and you may continue to direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Peterson, can you see this this document that I am projecting right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And this is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 7. And can you tell me the title of this document?
St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority's financial management policy.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, can you tell me the effective date?
May 24th, 2017.
And Mr. Peterson, were you working for the tribe in May of 2017?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And do you recall or strike that. So this particular policy, Mr. Peterson, do you recall if you had, like, say, any role, or did you play any part in terms of this document being accepted by or being used by the housing authority?
Very limited, just initial review, but very limited.
Okay, but you do recall it coming into existence?
Yes, I
section
do.
leading.
Overruled. Continue.
And Mr. Peterson, in terms of your training and education and experience, how would a financial management policy be helpful to the St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority?
Well, it will give pretty good guidance as to how to administer federal programs and any other organizational sections that touch the federal programs, anything from how to record expenditures and revenues and how to best administer programs according to the CFRs.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, under section 3 here, can you read that second sentence for me that starts with, or no, actually, could you read section 3 for me, where it starts with accounting methods employed by?
Yes. Accounting methods employed by the St. Croix Housing Authority shall, at a minimum, satisfy such requirements as may be prescribed by federal or state laws, regulations, or guidelines. Additional accounting methods shall be employed to satisfy applicable government accounting standards promulgated by such competent authoritative sources as the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB, and Financial Accounting Standards Board, FASB, where applicable.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, based on your education, training, and experience, working for tribal governments, is it uncommon for those tribes to apply the GASB and FASB accounting standards to their practices?
Objection as to time. When
Okay.
they were doing so.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. So, Mr. Peterson, based on your knowledge from 2014 to 2019, would it be common or acceptable for a tribe to rely upon the accounting standards promulgated by GASB and/or FASB during that time period?
Yes, it would be common.
And Mr. Peterson, has any accounting standards board promulgated, to your knowledge, from 2014 to 2019? Do you know if any accounting standards board has crafted specific accounting standards for tribal governments?
Not that I recall for tribal.
Okay, so at least according to your knowledge, there is no TASB, like a tribal accounting standards board.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so in the absence of some specific tribal accounting standards, again, it makes sense where a tribal government would look to the GASB and FASB standards for guidance, correct?
Objection, leading question.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Mr. Peterson, based on your knowledge, would you agree that it's a good idea for a tribal government to adopt some type of accounting standards for its fiscal management?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Peterson, this document that is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 9, can you tell me what the title of this document is?
Procurement Policy, St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authorities.
And Mr. Peterson, have you seen this document before?
I don't recall seeing this document.
Okay. Not related to this specific document, Mr. Peterson, but just in general, can you tell me what a procurement policy would try to accomplish?
Well, procurement policies are established to try to find fair and equitable and competitive bidding process based upon types of the expenditures that you want to contract for. It can be from employment to construction to simple small purchases. but it provides a standard as to how best practice to utilize to have fair and competitive costs, purchases, and pricing.
And Mr. Peterson, I am going to. So, Mr. Peterson, in looking at this document, can you tell me, based on your knowledge and experience, what a W-2 wage and tax statement is?
It's an annual statement that's provided to employees, and it summarizes that calendar year's earnings for that employee.
And Mr. Peterson, this document that is marked Exhibit 15, can you tell me what the title of this document is?
Compensation report, St. Croix Tribal Council E224.
Okay, and are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is this document? What is it used for?
It's a summary of all the transactions of compensation that's been prepared and processed through our payroll system for a given time frame, checks cut. And it's typically to represent an individual by individuals.
Okay, and so this document would only relate to payments that are made related to wages, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peterson, in 2017, strike that. So yeah, let me ask that question. So Mr. Peterson, in 2017, do you have an idea or a theory as to why a Form 1099 miscellaneous would have been used to report earnings to a tribal employee at St. Croix?
Not necessarily as a tribal employee. This generally would not be generated.
Would a 1099 miscellaneous been used for, say, some other type of distributions to an individual that was both a tribal employee and an enrolled tribal member?
Yes, it would represent that.
And do you have an idea of the type of payments that would have been other income as defined by box 3 on this 1099 miscellaneous?
Yes, primarily. Yes, I am aware.
What type would it be, like per capita payments?
It can be per capita payments.
Are there other types of payments that or other types of like expenditures that would fall under number 3, box 3?
Yes, there are other types.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, I'm going to direct your attention to, I'm just curious if you've seen, just bear with me for a second. So, Mr. Peterson, can you tell me the check number on this check, please?
105759.
And can you tell me the amount, Mr. Peterson?
$1,200.
Okay, thank you. And under description, can you tell me what that says?
Equity money taken.
Yes, and so under this payment voucher, can you confirm that the general ledger account number starts with a 55?
Yes, it does.
And on this payment voucher, this specific document, Mr. Peterson, when you're reading this under the line program, what does housing mean to you?
Mr. Adams, what exhibit number are you looking at now?
I'm looking at exhibit number 187.
Okay. Gotta get there. Okay, I'll get to it. That's fine.
Does that word housing mean anything to you, Mr. Peterson?
Means it was ran through the housing program at the Housing Authority.
Okay, and the general ledger account number, does that sequence of numbers mean anything to you?
It represents how to categorize it within the accounting system, yes.
And are the numbers, I mean, do they provide you with enough information to know which account it should be associated with?
It provides me enough information where they say it's going to be, but I'm not sure if it's accurate.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peterson, have you ever seen one of these documents before?
No, I do not recall seeing one like this, no.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, are you familiar with the phrase MEPA funds?
Limited, yes.
And what's your kind of limited understanding of what MEPA funds means?
It's a mutual equity program that for individuals purchasing houses, and they've got some of their own money as residents. Over time, they build equity
Okay.
in the house.
And
Limited.
yeah, and Mr. Peterson, are you familiar with a ledger history report such as this one marked Exhibit 192?
Limited. Yes.
Okay. But these aren't, this isn't like a ledger history report form that you helped create.
No, it's another accounting software package that's used down at the Housing Authority.
Okay. Okay, just bear with me for a second. I just want to check my notes. Mr. Peterson, do you recall reviewing any of the audit findings between the time period of 2014 and 2019 related to the Housing Authority?
Yes.
And did any of the auditing firms that conducted any of those audits, did any of them ever express any concerns about expenditures at the Housing Authority?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Any Adams?
I'm not asking Mr. Peterson to provide testimony as to what they may have said. I'm just asking him if any of the auditing firms had any concerns about the in any of those years, if they expressed any concerns related to expenditures at the Housing Authority.
What they may have put in the document, and also the question is so vague, any auditing firm, any years. But clearly it calls for them, he's going to state what they said. That's hearsay by definition.
Rephrase the question, please.
Okay, I will rephrase the question. Mr. Peterson, did you have any conversations with any of the auditing firms or the auditing firm that did the Housing Authority audit in 2014 about any concerns that you had about financial expenditures at the Housing Authority?
I can't recall any specific year, no.
Okay. And would that apply to the time period between 2014 and 2019?
Can you rephrase that, please?
So in the time period between 2014 and 2019, do you recall having any conversations with the whoever did the audits for the Housing Authority? Do you recall having any conversations with the auditors about concerns that you may have had?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm done with my direct examination of Mr. Peterson.
One moment, please. Okay, Attorney Anderson, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, you testified earlier this morning that you are an inactive CPA. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you been inactive?
Since November or December of 2021.
And for what reasons are you, what requirements would it take for you to become an active CPA again?
I would have to reapply, pay a small fee, and catch up on any continuing education requirements from that point to today.
Would there be any additional testing required?
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm sorry, not that I'm aware of.
All right. You testified that you were during the time frame of 1995 to current, there were times when you were not employed by the St. Croix. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What were those time frames, please?
The one I remember the most was February 2014 to November 2015. Prior to that, for about 3 weeks, I don't know, I can't recall, was it 2010, 10-ish? I worked for a different tribe.
Okay, so from February of 2014 through November of 2015, that's about 20 months. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Now, during that time frame, I trust you didn't follow the actions of the St. Croix Housing Authority. Is that a fair statement?
yes, that's a fair statement.
Now, as I understand it, you did not work with the housing authorities at Bad River. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
You did not work with the housing authorities at Mole Lake, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, in terms of processing, no, I seem to have gone dark on the iPad I'm using. I'm going to swing over and use the other one. Just give me a moment. Now, sir, I want to talk about the procedures and even the geographic locations of the housing authority. First of all, where was the housing authority? Where were their offices located?
Along the campus here at the St. Croix, what I call the Sand Lake community, along the frontage road here in Sand Lake.
And were they in the tribal center?
No,
Where were they?
they were in their own building at the housing authority at the end of the frontage road.
All right. Now, when you spoke of the fact that there should be internal controls within the housing authority. And then Mr. Adams showed you the policies that were established. Are you familiar with what policies, if any, were in effect prior to May 24 of 2017?
I was aware that they had other policies, yes.
Were you aware, did they have a written policy?
Yes,
Okay. Was Karen Johnson, if you know, trained on that written policy?
I do not know.
Now, the vouchers that you've seen today, where are they stored, if you know?
They are stored at their location and scanned and should be archived into the archive system.
And that archive system, is that accessible by, for example, the controller?
Objection as to time.
I said, are they currently?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Answer the question. Answer
Are
the
you
question.
asking, what's the question again, please?
I'll rephrase. If you know, are the copies of the vouchers that were scanned in over the years, are they accessible at this time to the controller?
I'm not in that position now, so I don't know if they are.
What is your current position?
I'm the clinic health accountant.
And when did you, see, what was your last position before you became the clinic health accountant?
The government CFO.
Okay, so when was that?
Through end of July 21 or beginning of August 21.
Mr. Peterson, is it a fair statement that from 2015, November, when you came back to the tribe, until mid 2019, is it a fair statement that you did not have significant contact with the housing authority records?
That would be a correct, fair statement.
The housing authority kind of ran itself. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Are you aware, was the housing authority audited on an annual basis? And again, if you don't know about when you weren't there, on an annual basis from 2014 to 2019?
Objection, asked and answered.
By whom?
I previously asked the witness this question.
And asked and answered is not your objection, counsel.
Then why don't you educate me, Attorney Anderson, and let me know what the proper objection is?
the proper objection to that question? There isn't one.
My objection is based on that witness has previously answered that question.
On direct examination, and I'm permitted to ask it on cross-examination.
I believe the witness has been asked the question before, but I'm going to let you ask him the question again, just so you are sure what he said. So the witness is allowed to answer that question.
I apologize. Could he ask me again?
Certainly. Let me see if I can do this. Are you aware if there was an annual audit of the Housing Authority for the year 2014?
Yes.
For 2015?
Yes.
For 2016?
Yes.
For 2017?
Yes.
For 2018?
I'm not sure it's completed.
And for 2019?
Not sure it's completed.
Now, as I understand it, a portion of the housing budget was tribal funds. Is that correct?
I'm going to have to explain tribal funds in this context.
I will. If during the time from November 2015 up until July of 2019, were you aware of tribal funds being allocated to the Housing Authority?
No. I don't
Is
recall.
it, sorry?
I don't recall. No.
So is it possible there were and you weren't aware of it?
I would, it would be highly unlikely that I would not be aware of that transfer of funds.
Mr. Peterson, would you agree with me that there were several departments or agencies of the St. Croix Tribal Organization that had issues in the past 3 years as to how their finances were being handled?
Objection, relevancy.
Attorney Anderson?
I think it is relevant, Judge, in terms of the looseness of the oversight by the overall tribal government. And I'll narrow it down as I move through these questions.
Well, and I would just renew my objection in terms of foundation. The Attorney Anderson hasn't laid a foundation that any other programs were having any challenges.
Who wants to sustain that objection? Please be more specific with your questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, when you were shown Exhibit 32 by Mr. Adams, and you saw a coating of 10, you indicated that if it was a coating of 10 by the Housing Authority, that would represent, it would mean tribal dollars, non-federal. Do you recall your testimony?
Yes, I recall.
And you indicated that it could have been gaming revenue. Do you recall that?
I recall.
And you said it also could be non-gaming revenue.
Yes.
How would either gaming revenue or non-gaming revenue come into possession of the Housing Authority?
I'm not aware that it was. I said it could have been, but I'm not aware of it being in their possession.
Right? The checks that processed through that you were shown, they had 2 signatures on the actual checks. Is that correct?
Yes.
I guess what normally I'd say signature and a counter signature. Is that a correct accounting term?
I would use that same. Yes.
Thank you. So that would that mean to you that 2 separate employees of the Housing Authority signed off on those checks?
Objection, misleading.
Well, I'm asking what it would mean to him. I don't know why that's misleading.
The evidence already shows that the defendant was one of the co-signers on the checks.
Oh, I agree.
We'll overrule that objection. Answer the question, please.
I can't tell who the other signature is, but it would more than likely have been another housing employee signature. Welcome.
And now, is there anything that leads you to believe that it would have been required that the housing director sign off on those checks you saw?
Best practice would tell me that. Someone besides.
Best practices are not always followed within organizations, are they?
You have an exhibit that says so.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, track that. When you were CEO of the St. Croix tribe,
CFO.
CFO, I'm sorry, was it within your authority to access the vouchers that were submitted for the cutting of checks at the tribal authority? I'm sorry, at the housing authority.
I had access to what was archived, yes.
Okay, and was there anything reason to believe that things were not archived?
Yes.
From what period to what period?
I do not remember what audit cycle, but there was one audit cycle where records were not available to be audited.
Okay. Okay. Now, it would seem to me that the director of the housing authority within the building that was in fact their offices, would you agree with me that he would have access to the checks that were written?
Objection assumes facts not in the evidence.
He's not an expert witness. I don't know what facts are not in the evidence.
You just made an assumption about the director being in the building and documents being there.
All right, I'll ask it this way.
Thank you.
Sir, if you know, were the vouchers that were submitted to cut checks, were they kept within the housing authority building?
Yes, that's where they're supposed to have been kept. Yes.
Okay. And if you know, was there a check register or a computer program that would have been available to the executive director as far as all the checks that were written?
I'm not sure if he had access to the system, but his staff would have been had the ability to provide those reports to him.
And he would have had the ability, if he chose to exercise it, to ask his staff.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson, you earlier testified that it would surprise you, but it can happen that a payee and one of the authorized signatures can be the same on a check. Do you recall testifying to that?
No.
No.
Can you please explain?
Well, I'm talking about actually an exhibit that was shown to you wherein Karen Johnson was the payee.
Oh, yes.
And Karen,
Yes.
and Karen, okay. And Karen Johnson was one of the authorized signatures.
Yes. I apologize. Yes.
And you said that that would surprise you. Is that right?
Yes, that would surprise me.
If you know, was that a violation of any of the best practices that were in place?
Under my purview, that would not have happened and would not have it happen. And if it did happen, we would have to address it.
Under your purview?
Yes, at the government, at the tribal center. Yes.
And is that something that you or someone in your department could or should have made notes concerning or comments?
I'm doing it for that practice for many years at the government center. I would not sign my own check.
Okay, but others did, didn't they?
Objection calls for speculation.
Were you aware of others who did?
Who signed their own checks?
Yeah.
One-offs, and then we would stop it.
But apparently, neither the director of the housing authority nor anyone in your department tried to stop it in the housing authority until sometime in 2019.
Objection, vague. What exactly are we stopping?
Signing your own checks. Would you like me to rephrase it, Mr. Peterson?
I was just trying to think when it would happen during that time frame. It's been a while. So I'm ready to, if you want to ask it again, please.
Sure. I want to make sure this is good for you. Just give me a moment. Would it surprise you that the executive director, or I'm sorry, the director of the housing authority did not pick up on this process where the payee was also one of the authorized signatures and put a stop to it?
That would surprise me if that person did not bring it to someone's attention.
And who would he, as the director, gotta get my prepositions right. To whom would he bring it to the attention of?
The other authorized signatures on those accounts, the housing board.
Okay. And if the director of the housing authority didn't do that, would you consider that he was derelict in his duties?
I have not read their bylaws recently, so but if you're asking me opinion,
yeah,
I would say that was an oversight of his part.
And if he were to, and I say he because the executive director we're speaking of, did you know who the executive director was, or rather director of the housing authority was from 2014 through 2019?
Uh, 2014, I wasn't there. When I came back in 2015, yes.
Who was that?
My understanding was Dwayne Emery.
And was that until into 2019?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
If I were to tell you, sir, that there has been testimony from Karen Johnson that Dwayne Emery reviewed vouchers and gave oral approval for her to pay, and I shouldn't say, but to cut certain checks. Would you consider that a dereliction of his duty?
So any documentation to that effect of a verbal okay, yes.
Sir, you looked at a travel request for reimbursement for a trip that someone made to Chicago. Do you recall reviewing that?
Yes,
And there was some 70 miles difference between a route going basically through Green Bay versus going down through Madison. Do you recall that?
yes.
Can you think of any reasons why a person might choose to go a different route?
For business purpose, no.
What if there were construction delays on one route and not the other?
That should have been notified on the travel request if there's constructions along the way. I did not see that, but there might have been there.
You weren't familiar with that format anyway, were you?
I'm sorry? Not that
You were
travel
not-
request, no. The
You
travel
noticed
reconciliation form, yes.
the travel advance request, you weren't familiar with that.
Not that style. Not that specific one, no.
Now, in looking at the 1099 that was shown to you by Mr. Adams, and you said that the amounts shown there could have been per capita payments. Is that right?
Yes,
Are you certain they were per capita payments?
more than likely because there's federal withholding unless she had a backup withholding. And there was very few of those, so more than likely that was per capita and possibly other income.
Such as perhaps a payout of vacation time?
No,
Did you see that on any of the check stubs?
it was gone through the screen pretty fast. I did not see any vacation buyouts.
There was talk concerning the payroll and the housing authority. When, if you know, did housing get an electronic system for payroll?
I don't recall the exact time or years, I'm sorry.
Did you work with the payroll system?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that supervisors had the authority to override the electronic by making handwritten notes on time cards?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Not if you've seen it.
You didn't ask him that.
The objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
In your work with the electronic payroll system. Did you see handwritten notations where supervisors could override the electronic system?
Not handwritten. I don't remember any of those being.
What if anything did you see once, if you did, when someone may have forgotten to punch in the morning?
The supervisor that had access would enter that as an edit, a manual edit into the system.
A manual edit?
Yeah, it didn't. It wasn't initiated with punching in at a kiosk. So when I say manual, it's an electronic. Supervisor has to log in and add that punch to the electronic record.
Your Honor, if I could just have a couple of minutes to, my client's made some notes she wants me to review before I terminate my questioning of Mr. Peterson. Could I have 5 minutes with her?
We're back at 25 after 2. So we're going to recess for 5 minutes. Are we all back?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Anderson?
Thank you.
We're back on the record. You may continue.
Mr. Peterson, are you there?
I'm sorry, yes.
Do you know a Jordan Cornelius?
Yes.
What did you know him? What was his job title, if you know?
He was CPA working for Joseph Eve CPA firm out of Montana. I think it was, maybe his title was an audit manager.
Okay. Did he work with the Housing Authority, if you know?
Yes.
Did you know a Barb Rivard?
Yes.
What, if you know, was her involvement with the Housing Authority? If any?
I don't know if she had any direct interactions with Housing Authority. She's assistant controller or controller.
And who did she, what was her department then?
She helped a lot with payroll and day-to-day operations in the office that I was in.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Adams, do you have any further redirect?
I do have some redirect questions, Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Peterson, Attorney Anderson asked you a couple questions related to when you were the tribe CFO and the review of vouchers as they're being created at the Housing Authority. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Peterson, would it be possible for you to interject yourself in the voucher creation or voucher filling out and then check creation process if you are not seeing it in real time?
I understand your question. No, I would not be able to interject myself in the when that's started to completion.
Right. And so my question, Mr. Peterson, is that if the document essentially, if you're not part of the chain of command, if you want to call it that, in terms of on that payment voucher form, if there's no signature block for CFO, then would you agree with me or disagree with me that it would be nearly impossible for you to stop a check from being cut?
It would be very difficult for me to stop for a check to being cut.
Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. Peterson, you were essentially asked if the program director on the payment vouchers is not stopping the practice of checks being cut from the Housing Authority with essentially that don't have proper authorization. the line of questions that you were asked, it was, would that be a dereliction of duties? Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so, Mr. Peterson, would it surprise you or not surprise you that, or would it change your answer if you knew that or strike that, let me restate it. So the defendant in prior testimony has consistently said that the program director did approve the payment vouchers, but did not sign the payment vouchers. Would you consider that to be a dereliction of duty?
Yes, I would.
And again, Mr. Peterson, from a GASB and a FASB standard, or not even, let's not even think about GASB and FASB, but just from a GAAP standpoint, a generally accepted accounting principle standpoint, when documents, when a director fails to sign a payment voucher or some other type of authorization, but then the check is still created, is that essentially a dereliction of the internal controls?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. I don't have any other further questions, Your Honor.
Attorney Anderson, do you have any other questions for the
Yep.
witness in regards to the question that were just asked?
I do. So, Mr. Peterson, the last question that Mr. Adams asked you, when you indicated that if a director fails to sign, but a check is still created, you said that would be a dereliction of duties. Whose dereliction?
Well, maybe we should define dereliction then, but to me, it's defined in the sense that it's a breakdown in internal controls, and the responsibilities of that director has weakened the overall reliance upon the use of those funds in an appropriate way.
Would that be a dereliction by the director as to his supervisory authority when underlings created the checks without his signature?
I'm not sure if I quite understand what you're asking me.
Yeah, that was a bad question. You familiar with the phrase, "the buck stops here"?
I've heard the phrase, yes.
And when the director continues to allow things to happen where policies are not followed, is that a dereliction of duty by the supervisor?
It has that connotations of weakness to the whole internal controls, yes.
I like that phrase, weakness as to,
It has the connotations of weakness as to good internal control practices, procedures.
thank you. No further questions.
Attorney Adams, do you want to follow up on that?
No, I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Right. I have one question for the witness. Attorney Adams, could you bring up one voucher?
Any of them, Your Honor, or?
Any one of them?
Okay, just bear with me for a second. This one work, Your Honor? You want the payment voucher?
Yeah. Go down to the signatures. Okay, Mr. Peterson. At the end of the line below the program accountant signature, there's some fine print. And the last words at the end of that fine print is approve the budget. Are you aware of the Housing Authority having an approved budget during the years of 2014 to 2019?
I'm aware that when they submit their applications for annual funding, that they have to provide a budget as to how they're going to use those funds.
So that was the same in 2014?
My understanding it was, but I wasn't there, but I can't say that for sure. I apologize, but standard application process, you had to provide a budget, how you were going to spend those dollars.
So but you were there in 2015?
November 2015,
So would you have seen that then?
I can't remember what years I saw, but I saw several housing authority budgets that were submitted application wise.
2016?
It was after I came back. So I believe so. I apologize. I don't know for the year for sure.
2017?
I would say yes, because you cannot receive monies without an approved budget.
If there wasn't an approved budget, would you have known that for a housing authority?
Not immediately, no.
Would you have learned about it at some point in time?
Yes, sometimes there'd be a hold on funding, and that would affect payroll being reimbursed to the tribe.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, the witness can step down.
Your Honor, could I follow up on a couple of those questions?
No,
Thank
it was
you.
just one question. That was just one question that I had that you guys didn't ask. So it was my turn to ask a question, and that was my question. So the witness is excused.
Do I sign off, Judge?
is there a possibility that either one of you are going to want to call the witness back?
Not today.
I have no plans of that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, you may need the defense counsel may want to call you back. The tribe may want to call you back at some point in time, but I'm pretty sure for today you can sign off.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your next witness, Attorney Adams.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I think she's signing on right now. Your Honor, I'd ask the clerk to swear in Miss Michaela Lowe, please.
Michael Lowe, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Your witness, Counselor.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Miss Lowe.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Lowe.
And Miss Lowe, are you a resident of Wisconsin?
Yes, I am.
Do you reside in Polk or Barron County?
Polk County.
Polk County? Okay, thank you. And Miss Lowe, are you an enrolled tribal member at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
No, I'm not.
Are you a descendant?
I'm a second generation descendant.
Okay, thank you. And Miss Lowe, who is your current employer?
The St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority, St. Croix Tribal Council.
And what position do
I'm
you?
sorry, I couldn't hear her last answer.
The St. Croix Tribal Council is the vendor on the payroll stub. My PAF is with the St. Croix Chippewa Indians, Wisconsin, employed as the director of the St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority.
And Miss Lowe, did you grow up in in and around the St. Croix tribal community?
Yes, I grew up in the Sand Lake community. I'm a Bad River enrolled tribal member.
Okay. And Miss Lowe, when you got done with high school, did you go on to pursue any type of college education or training?
I did. I attended the Minnesota School of Business for a period of time, also WITC, Northwoods Tech, currently enrolled in Northwoods Tech College in Rice Lake.
Okay, and what type of degree are you pursuing?
Leadership and diversity, and then I'm also pursuing a graphics, a CAD program.
Okay, great. And so Miss Lowe, when you first entered the workforce, who did you first work for?
Chippewa Corners in Danbury.
Okay. Was that like a convenience store or something?
It was a restaurant.
Okay. And then when you got done there, where did you work?
I've worked for St. Croix Casino and also for the St. Croix government.
Okay. And what roles did you work for the St. Croix government?
I was their executive administrative assistant, a program accountant in the finance department. And then for St. Croix Casinos, I was a benefits specialist for the HR department.
Okay. And Ms. Lowe, when did you start working for the St. Croix Housing Authority?
August of 2019. August 26th. I may be off on that. It was the last week in August.
Okay. And in that time, Miss Lowe, have you attended either in person or virtually any trainings conducted by either the federal government or say third-party kind of experts related to Indian housing or housing issues in Indian country?
Yes, I have.
And can you just share with the court? Well, strike that. Were any of the trainings related to NAHASDA or the Indian Housing Block Grant Program?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Lowe, in the time that you've worked as the housing director, where does the housing authority at St. Croix, where does it obtain its operating budget funds?
Directly through the Office of Native American Programs, HUD, Eastern Woodlands, Chicago, Indian Housing Block Grant.
Okay, and is the Indian Housing Block Grant, is it administered through a federal 638 contract?
It's administered through NAHASDA, direct
Okay.
Congress. It's not a 638 contract.
Okay, so it's not a 638 contract. It's actually directly related to appropriations under NAHASDA?
Direct Congress, yep.
Okay. So are you familiar with the Indian Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act of 1968?
I am.
So it would be safe to say that the housing funds come through a calculation pursuant to NAHASDA and not through a self-determination contract through generally through the Bureau of Indian Affairs through the Indian Self-Determination Act, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Johnson, presently, or since the time that you have become the housing director, does the tribal government augment or does it provide like supplemental funding from tribal dollars?
Action irrelevant.
Attorney Adams?
I'm trying to get a sense, Your Honor, of the funding stream for the housing authority presently, or since Ms. Lowe has been at the housing authority.
I see no way that has any relevance to what happened.
I'm going to overrule that objection because I want to know the answer to that question too. Answer the question, please.
The tribe does provide tribal housing subsidies.
And Ms. Lowe, for like the last fiscal year, I guess it would be fiscal year 21, or maybe, no, fiscal year 20. We're probably still in fiscal year 21. What's the percentage of tribal funds in the total housing authority budget?
Currently, it's about 80%.
It's about 80%?
We're under a LOX, under a LOX audit or edit due to an ongoing investigation. So our money is tied up. The tribe has been supporting our payroll on a monthly basis, as well as, any other emergency type actions or activities that may arise.
And Ms. Lowe, what's a LOX audit?
So the St. Croix Triple Housing Authority is currently under a HUD OIG investigation.
Miss,
Again, none of this is relevant to what we're talking about here with Ms. Johnson.
well, I'll be quiet.
First of all, I didn't hear an objection. Am I hearing
The
an
objection
objection?
was relevance.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
Please.
Your Honor, I'm laying the groundwork through questions to the witness as to how the prior actions of the defendant has harmed the housing authority in terms of their ability to manage their finances presently. It's extremely relevant to this case.
So, Ms. Flo, what was that series of letters you used here?
It's the Office of Investigator General for HUD,
Okay, right, that's
OIG.
right. I'm going to overrule that objection, allow the witness to answer that question.
So our standard pay practices are not readily available for draw-in. So I have a weekly budget. It's submitted, and then it goes through its channels before the money is released and then sent back to St. Croix. So we're essentially on a prepay system.
So Ms. Lowe, would it be safe to say that HUD is scrutinizing every expenditure that the St. Croix Housing Authority makes presently?
Yes.
And Ms. Lowe, are you under continuing oversight? Or strike that. So Ms. Lowe, has HUD told you, as the executive director for the Housing Authority, how long this oversight will stay in place? This essentially like this weekly or bi-monthly prepaid budget, as you called it, like how long this will stay in place?
They have not.
Question calls for a yes or no.
No.
And Ms. Lowe has strike that. So Ms. Lowe, from your standpoint, why is the Housing Authority under this LOX audit?
In 2017, there is a HUD monitor review that had there are open items in that, as well as the 2018 audit, the 2019 audit has created, just a hardship for the Housing Authority. The findings and the ability to resolve them is challenging.
And Ms. Lowe, if you had to provide a reason as to why the LOX audit is in place and why the 2018 and 2019 audits were not acceptable to HUD, could you give an explanation as to the reasons why?
Procurement and misappropriations of funds.
And were the do you or strike that? So Ms. Lowe, do you have information concerning who was misappropriating funds from the Housing Authority?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Attorney Adams?
My response, Your Honor, would be that I can go ahead and question the the witness concerning her understanding of what the term misappropriation means, but I disagree that it calls for a legal conclusion because I haven't asked the witness to interpret a statute or to provide a resuscitation as to what a court may have been thinking in a published opinion.
Attorney Anderson?
Well, if he asks questions that don't call for the witness to point fingers, in essence, I don't really object to the question then.
That, Your Honor, that's far different than him accusing me of asking questions that call for a legal opinion.
The objection's overruled. Please restate the question, please.
So, Ms. Lowe, can you tell me what your understanding or definition of the word misappropriation is?
Ineligible activity or a payment made ineligible to the program or to the program activity as instructed through NAHASDA.
Okay, so Ms. Lowe, I'm going to show you Exhibit 68. What is Plaintiff's Exhibit 68? Ms. Lowe, can you tell me the check number for this check
202050
and the amount, please?
$971.80.
And is the check made out to Karen D. Washington with a date of April 16th of 2018?
No, it is made out to Karen D. Johnson
Yep.
with the date of 4/16/2018.
Yeah, April 16th of 2018. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And Ms. Lowe, can you read under the description, can you read the description to me, please?
Tribal Coachella CA.
And then,
Coachella CA.
Yeah, and under the invoice, can you read that language to me, please?
Coachella CA.
Okay. And at the very top, Ms. Lowe, can you read that language?
Housing Authority.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Housing Authority General.
Does that phrase mean anything to you? Housing Authority General?
I would say general account.
Okay. And so, Ms. Lowe, is the Housing Authority still using a payment voucher system similar to this document?
The document has remained the same, yes.
Okay, so the document has remained the same?
Yes.
Okay. And so just bear with me, Ms. Lowe, like I'm not going to ask you to speculate as to maybe what was happening in 2018 related to this payment voucher. But if you were looking at this payment voucher and if it was dated May 23rd of 2022, today's date, if tribal is if next to program there, if tribal is in that space, what does that mean to you? What does the term tribal mean?
It would mean tribal rents. The only the direct pay system for tribal housing subsidies is those vouchers are processed out of the tribal center directly. This voucher with that check paid, the only way to pay it out of the housing authority would have been out of tribal rents, unless at that time the tribe had given some kind of direct supplement to the housing authority.
Okay. And Ms. Lowe, on the right-hand side, where it says GL or general ledger account, do those numbers mean anything like on today's date, like today? Would the number starting with 10 tell you anything?
No. It's the system now through that I've been trained in on here is MIP, and 5 is HUD, 1 is tribal, 3 is our US ERAP fund.
Okay, so you have a different naming convention for the numbers now?
Correct.
And was that as a result of the HUD locks audit?
I believe the 1 and the 5 were established when I began work here.
Okay, and Ms. Lowe, excuse me, so presently, do you still have a space for a program director signature and then a program accountant signature
Yes,
on your payment vouchers?
there's a just for the program director on the current program or on the current voucher.
Okay, there's no signature block for the program accountant signature?
There's not. There's also for 3 council signatures.
Okay. So how many signature blocks are on the payment voucher presently?
4 total.
4 total? Okay, so it would be program director and then 3 tribal council signatures?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know when that change occurred?
I do not.
Okay. And under the program director signature, do you know, Ms. Lowe, if that language has stayed the same by signing this voucher? The director certifies that the amount listed is correct and is an allowable cost to the program, and all supporting documents are attached?
That remains.
That remains the same?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So Ms. Lowe, do you currently live on St. Croix tribal lands?
I do.
Do you own or rent your home?
I rent.
Do you own the home or do you rent it from the tribe?
I rent it as a tribal home.
Okay, so you're both the housing director, but you're also one of the housing tenants / constituents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Lowe, in the time that you have been the director for the housing authority, has the housing authority been able to meet all of the unmet needs of tribal members related to housing?
No.
Is there any homelessness right now amongst St. Croix tribal members?
Again,
Yeah.
objection is to relevance, Your Honor. It was 3 years ago.
What was 3 years ago, Attorney Anderson?
When this allegedly was concluded. July of 19. I guess we're a little short of that.
Attorney Adams.
I am trying to lay a foundation of need at St. Croix, Your Honor, related to housing. And my next question was going to be a question to Ms. Lowe, not as the housing director, but as a descendant and a member of the community.
Attorney Anderson.
In essence, it seems as if counsel is attempting to lay any and all problems of the housing authority at the feet of Karen Johnson. the court's heard the evidence as to what are alleged to be improper draws and checks and so on. But there's no evidence as to what amounts of money it would take to alleviate homelessness, or what amounts of money are being withheld by various governmental agencies, primarily through HUD. I don't see where this is relevant whatsoever to the issues at hand, which are alleged to be her, the allegations of misappropriation.
Attorney Adams.
Your Honor, I think it's a misstatement by Attorney Anderson to say that I and my client are trying to lay all the blame at Ms. Johnson's feet when it comes to all of the problems that the Housing Authority is encountering. But I will take responsibility for laying approximately $204,000 worth of fraud and misappropriated funds that could have been spent on homelessness at St. Croix, combating, other housing challenges that the tribe may have had, and these questions to Ms. Lowe, I'm just trying to lay the foundation that there presently is homelessness, and if I'm allowed to continue, that there have been challenges from a housing standpoint, as perceived by someone who has grown up in the community.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Please rephrase the question to the witness, or clarify the question to the witness, please.
Okay, so Ms. Lowe, you previously testified that you grew up at Sand Lake and have grown up in the St. Croix tribal community, correct?
Correct.
Yes, and over the course of your years, have you seen either friends or family members or extended friends and family members who have suffered from homelessness?
Yes.
And Ms. Lowe, have you seen tribal members at St. Croix, whether enrolled members or descendants, or just individuals living in St. Croix housing, be challenged by, say, either substandard housing conditions or needy repairs that impacted their the habitability of the dwellings that they resided in?
Yes.
And so in your opinion, Miss Lowe, as the housing director, and I'm talking about now presently, with your housing authority and your budget, would an influx of $50,000 be helpful for your budget?
Yes.
Would an influx of $100,000 be helpful?
Yes.
And Miss Lowe, are there other challenges, or strike that? So Miss Lowe, presently, right now, in terms of housing needs, does the St. Croix Housing Authority have enough land to situate residences?
No.
So Miss Lowe, would it be fair to say that the tribe, from a housing standpoint, is challenged both by the need for land to situate quality residences, and then also the funding to actually either repair existing homes or to construct new homes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Lowe, I am going to, let me just take a step back. So Ms. Lowe, with this check in particular, and I'm not asking you to like testify to what happened in April 16th of 2018. But right now, if a travel request to attend a music festival in Southern California at Coachella came to your desk, would you approve it using housing authority funds for a tribal member?
No,
And why not?
it's an ineligible cost. A music festival. All of the related costs here are housing and or specific training.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowe. So Ms. Lowe, do you see this exhibit that is marked 187?
Yes,
And it's got the check number of 105759?
yes,
And Ms. Lowe, do you see where the check is made out to Karen Johnson?
yes,
And it's got a date of 12/5/2014?
yes.
Okay. And on this payment voucher, or let me back up, at the top of the check, Ms. Lowe, will you read to me what it says under description?
Equity money taken.
And Ms. Lowe, on this payment voucher for this particular check, can you read to me what it says at line item
Equity,
and then under remarks?
equity money.
And so, Ms. Lowe, and like seeing these documents, or strike that. So presently, Ms. Lowe, presently in 2022, May of 2022, does the housing authority process checks for equity withdrawals?
In specific emergencies under the
Okay.
policy, but it's not, the policy specifically states to a vendor, contractor. It's not a direct pay to the homeowner.
Okay,
Section at time as to when these policies said that.
This policy is enacted
There's no
2016.
question
Be quiet,
before,
be quiet, please.
there's no question before the witness.
Oh,
Attorney Anderson, let me hear that objection again.
The witness has testified that policies say something, and I objected as to time as to what the policies may say now or what they may have said in December of 2014.
Attorney Anderson,
That was Anderson.
Attorney Adams, I'm sorry.
well, Your Honor, I didn't, the witness was testifying to, I did not ask about a specific policy. The witness was was answering the question to the best of her ability. And it seems as if Mr. or Attorney Anderson was objecting to her answer and not my question. And I don't know where, if there is a rule under the St. Croix Tribal Court Code where opposing counsel can object to an answer, I would love to know where it is. But objections are supposed to be based on questions asked, not answers provided by. I take the standpoint he's trying to stifle the honest testimony of the witness by objecting to an answer.
objected to question.
No, you did not. You objected
didn't-
to her answer, not to
Hold
my
on.
question.
Hold on. Hold on. Attorney Anderson,
My objection was to her testifying about policies, whether they be now or then, and her familiarity with policies that may have been in place at 2014. I didn't get a chance to get my objection in before the witness answered what I believe to be an improper question.
He should have objected to my question then, Your
hold on.
Honor.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule that objection. I'm going to want the tribe to fill in those gaps with questions that clarify the point that Attorney Anderson is making. You may continue.
So, Ms. Lowe, do you see this document?
I do.
Does the Housing Authority still utilize a request for use of MIPA funds form?
We do.
And Ms. Johnson, or I'm sorry, not Ms. Lowe, can you tell me what MIPA funds means to you?
It's the mutual help equity payment assistance plan. It essentially is the mortgage payment towards the balance owed on the subsidy for the home ownership program.
Okay, and so what is the mutual help program in general?
The mutual help program was established under the 1937 Act housing. When HOSDA came in, it took it under its wing, but it didn't fund it after 1996. So this mutual help program provides individuals of low income a subsidy to become a homeowner. It's asset growth for self-sustainability, right? Here at St. Croix, we have 25 mutual help homeowners. When it was established, the accounts were set up, so like you have a $60,000 home, just as an example. The applicant has to put in good faith up to $1,500, whether in land or real cash. So that's kind of their down payment. And then the Housing Authority bankrolled the rest of that purchase. 30% of the individual's gross income less a utility allowance plus a $90 monthly fee would be given your mortgage payment. So like a good example, a low income family, say they have a $200 mortgage payment, $90 of that is the administration fee. The 110 goes towards the payoff on the loan or on the mortgage. The equity, I don't know why HUD titled it on equity or MEPA, but essentially it's long story answered short, it's the mortgage payment to pay off the balance.
Okay, and what happens, Miss Lowe, when someone, I guess, fulfills all of their payment obligations under the mutual help program?
The home is moved towards conveyance, and notified to HUD that this home buyer has met all of their due diligence to the housing authority and to the program. And then a date is set, and the deed and title to the property. If it's not on trust land, just the deed and the property go to the homeowner. If it's on trust land, the deed to the home itself, the structure itself, is deeded over to the home buyer, and then they enter into a lease agreement with the tribe for the plot of land that it's on.
Okay. And so, Miss Lowe, this exhibit that's marked 192, do you see this document?
I do.
Yeah, and so you just previously testified about, like, different fees and stuff like that that are charged to a MIPA home, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so does the housing authority still utilize ledger history reports like this for mutual help homes?
Yes.
Okay, so do you see the entry for January 17th, Miss Lowe, where it looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 entries for January of 17?
I do.
Okay, and so the admin fee, where it has auto in parentheses, can you explain to me what that means?
That's the program admin fee. It's you have to, per NAHASDA, it's in the statute, or with the program, or the way
Okay.
it's set up.
So that's charged on a monthly basis. And does the auto mean that it's like deducted from like payroll, or it's like automatically debited from the participants like checking account or something like that?
Essentially, you would believe that, but I have not seen any depository that fulfills the 251.27 on a principal reduction.
Okay. And so the principal reduction, that next line item, that's reducing the outstanding amount that's due to the housing authority?
Correct.
Okay. And then what does payment on account mean?
That would be a direct payment, whether it came through a payroll deduction or, cash check or money order.
Okay.
Per capita.
Yep. And so, Ms. Lowe, under the column MIPA used, the $1,883.74, do you know what that number represents or what that means?
To me, it looks like a negative equity.
Okay. And then the memo line item that has $10,970.07, does that represent anything to you?
But that would represent what you would essentially had used against your principal. But the way that this is laid out, I would need more time to review the document to answer.
Okay, okay. So, Miss Lowe, on this document, the ones that you continue to use today, will the MIPA funds available have like an up-to-date number that is that like is printed or placed on the form before it's processed?
On an account that has been audited, yes.
Okay. And Miss Lowe, who was the housing director before you?
Dwayne Emery.
And did Mr. Emery provide any type of transition memorandum to you, kind of laying out the successes, but also the challenges that the housing authority was facing?
No.
Have you had any conversations with Mr. Emery, or strike that? Were you given the opportunity to say interview Mr. Emery when you were brought on as the housing director and when he was leaving?
No.
Okay, with that, Your Honor, I don't have any further direct questions for Ms. Lowe.
Let's take a 15-minute break. Let's come back at 3:45.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So are we all back?
Looks like
Okay. Attorney Anderson, are you there?
I am.
Okay. Okay, we're back on the record. We left off with the tribe had just completed the direct examination of Michael Alo. And Mr. Anderson, she's now your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lowe. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Thank you. You testified that you went to the Minnesota School of Business. Did you obtain any kind of a degree or certificate there?
No, I did not.
Yeah, how long did you go there?
2 semesters. Or I didn't finish the last semester, so a semester.
And what were you studying at the Minnesota School of Business?
Assistant veterinary tech.
And you're now attending Northwoods Tech at the Rice Lake campus. How long have you been attending Northwoods Tech?
I first enrolled on 2018. I'm a re-enrollee for this
Okay.
fall. I have a class this summer, but for this fall.
Okay, as I understand it, from Northwoods Tech, what type of degree do they grant? Is it associates or?
Correct.
I don't know what they grant.
They do associate.
Is
And
that
then
what you're working?
I'm working towards an associate's, yes.
And when will you receive that if you maintain your current pace?
It's a 3-year plan.
I see. Now, you must have a lot on your plate. Do you work full-time for the tribe?
Yes,
Do you go to school during, is the tribe allowing you to go to school while you're working? In other words, that's a bad question. Let me rephrase that. Does the tribe pay you for hours that you attend school?
no,
objection, relevancy.
Well, she's already answered. How do you want to handle this?
Well, if it's not relevant, then I'd like her response struck from the record.
Well, Your Honor, my point on relevance would be perks that employees may be given by their supervisors. And in this case, apparently, she is not given the perk of going to school and having the employer pay for it. As far as her time, I haven't gotten to the question of her tuition and the like.
I'm going to overrule the objection. This time.
All right, thank you. So, ma'am, your answer is that when you're going to school at Northwoods Tech, you're not also drawing a paycheck for those hours from the tribe, true?
true.
Is the tribe paying your tuition or fees or books or anything like that?
No,
So it's all going on your pocket or student loans to get you go through school. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I realize that we've had a pandemic going on since you've been housing director. So have you attended any in-person seminars or trainings put on by HUD since you've been director?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was in Seattle, Washington last week.
Okay, so this trip to Seattle, was your airfare covered by the Housing Authority?
It was covered by the tribe.
Okay. Conference registration fees, were they covered by someone?
By the Housing Authority.
Lodging was covered by,
The Housing Authority.
do you know what your room costs per night?
$149.
Were your meals covered
Yes.
by the tribe or Housing Authority?
The Housing Authority.
Did you have any incidentals such as a rental car or parking?
Yes.
Who covered the rental car?
The Housing Authority.
Any idea what it cost?
$515.
What kind of car did you have rented?
An economy.
Well,
It was
how long did you have it rented for?
5 days.
How long was the conference?
5 days. Well, 6. Well, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 6 days. The conference was 5 days, Monday through Thursday.
Monday through Thursday is 4 days.
4 days.
And when did you come back from Seattle?
Friday.
Okay. Did you have parking fees?
Yes.
You know what they amounted to?
They were $25 a night.
Did you do anything tourist-wise while in Seattle?
Yes.
To the top of the Space Needle?
No.
Oh, okay, what did you do while you were in Seattle?
Visited the Pike Place Market.
Did you do anything of a tourist nature that the tribe or the Housing Authority paid for?
No.
What was the subject of this conference?
It was the Amarind NIAC annual convention.
And how does that relate to the Housing Authority for the St. Croix tribe?
Amarind is our insurance carrier of the properties, and NIAC is the National American Indian Housing Council. They provide quite a bit of training and development for Indian housing authorities and tribes.
Have you been to any seminars or trainings put on other than that one by HUD?
Virtual first pick. I have a TA, technical assistance through first pick. Christine Dennis is the consultant.
Okay.
That's directly funded through HUD. It's not a cost to the housing authority or the tribe.
Does Nahasa put on any types of training that you've been to?
Virtual trainings.
Have you had to go to any HUD audits live?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Sure. Have you had to go to any HUD audits live?
No,
Yeah,
I don't understand, I guess.
Sure, I'm sorry, bad questions. I guess what I'm trying to make a distinction of, when I say live, I'm talking about in person, and that's my mistake. And then virtual is virtual, I guess. So have you had to go to any in-person meetings with HUD?
Yes.
Where have those taken place?
February of 2020, Washington, DC, HUD headquarters.
And did that have to do with the what you call misappropriation issues with the housing authority previously?
Yes,
Okay. Did you flew to Washington, DC?
yes,
Did you rent a car?
no,
Do anything of a tourist nature while there?
no,
I assume that your meals and your lodging were covered by housing authority?
I would have to look back at those documents.
You didn't have to pay it out of your own pocket.
No,
All right. Have you been to any in-person meetings with the Indian Housing Block Grant Agency, whatever it may be?
that's HUD.
Okay.
HUD had sent 2 representatives here in October of 2019 here to St. Croix.
So you haven't had to go to any of their places.
No,
Okay. How about, have you gone to any in-person meetings with WIDA? You know what WIDA is?
I do, and no, I have not.
What does WIDA do for the housing authority?
I don't know that they do anything for the housing authority.
What do they do for rural housing?
objection, broad nature, time frame, vague question.
Rephrase
All right,
the
I'll
question,
rephrase.
Mr. Anderson.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. You testified and used an acronym earlier, ma'am. You said you had a LOX audit. Do you recall giving that testimony?
Locks edit.
LOX edit. Can you spell what that is?
The lock system is a pay system operated by HUD. It's through a federal or their portal. It's like their financial management process. You sign in there are your listing for your grants received. You place your total dollars to expend, or, costs associated to the eligible activities of the program, and send it through. When you're in an edit, it's a separate process. The money isn't just automatically dispersed. We are in an edit to where HUD requires a copy of the check, a copy of the voucher, and a copy of the invoice, the work order, all of this documentation before they release the funds to the housing authority.
Is this a new program,
No,
you know? Was it in place when you took over?
yes,
Yeah. Excuse me.
Okay. Ma'am, you testified as to, and I missed it, the 2017 HUD, and I just got MO written down that they had made some kind of a complaint concerning 2017 processing. Do you know what that was?
it was the HUD 2017 monitor review. Every 5 years,
Monitor, that was the. Go ahead.
every 5 years, HUD comes on site and does what they call a monitor review of the program, through records, processes, tenant files. They were here at St. Croix at the Housing Authority, and did basically an audit on top of the audits, on top of the annual audits.
Who conducted the 2017, if you know, annual audits?
There was a working group on site. Would you like me to, I could get you their names. I don't have them off the top of my head.
No, I think I'll pass on that. And this would be the same working group who may still be working on the 2018 and 2019 audits.
No, it's a complete different, like the independent auditor who's working on the annual audits, and then HUD sends out a managerial team. They're grants evaluation specialists, and they come directly either from Washington, D.C. or the Chicago office.
Okay. Now, when you were shown Exhibit 68 by Attorney Adams, this was the Coachella voucher. You indicated that it now requires 3 members of the tribal council to sign off on a voucher, as well as the director.
There are 4 places for signature. I have signatory authority up to $7,500. Anything above and beyond $7,500 requires 3 council signatures.
Okay. So as far as your authority up to $7,500, is that on a per voucher or per check basis?
Yes.
And who has check signing authority at this time?
Chairman,
Go ahead.
the tribal chairman, William Reynolds. Finance, AR or accounts receivable, Joyce Long. Finance manager, Susan Powell, and myself.
Is there a requirement for any counter signatures or just one person?
No, 2.
And of those people, you're the only employee of the housing authority.
Susan Powell is an employee, so is Joyce Long.
Oh. So Mr. Reynolds is the only one who's not an employee of the housing authority.
Correct.
I'm sorry, thank you. Ms. Lowe, and don't take this question wrong, but you don't know what the rules were prior to your arrival as far as check signing authority, do you?
Could you be more specific, sir?
Sure. Do you know, did former director Emery have the authority to sign off on $7,500 or less?
I would believe so.
Okay. And do you have housing specialists in your agency at this time?
Yes.
Do any of the housing specialists have the authority to sign checks?
No.
If you know, was that a change from when Mr. Emery was director of the agency?
I do not know.
Have you signed, if you know, as an authorized signature, any checks? And again, with a counter signature, any checks that are payable to you?
No, not that I can think of.
You had somebody else do that?
Yes,
Have you, through any policy or otherwise, found anything that prohibited you from signing as an authorized signature as well as being the payee?
no,
Do you sign all of the vouchers that support the printing of checks?
no.
Who else can sign vouchers?
Susan Powell.
What is her title?
Finance manager.
What is Joyce Long's title?
Finance support staff.
If you know, do you see all vouchers this time?
Yes, I do.
Is that a procedure that you've implemented?
Yes, it is.
Turning to different subject. Ms. Lowe, how much land does the housing authority own at this time?
I don't have that information prepared.
Okay. But yet you expressed an opinion that there's insufficient land for housing authority buildings to be constructed. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. There are at least 5 different reservations or tribal lands. Where, if any, is the need for additional land present? Is it Gaslin Lake?
I guess I don't understand. You want me to speak specifically just to Gaslin and the
Yeah, well, I'm
need?
gonna go through what I know one at a time. I mean, is there a shortage of land for building on at Gaslin Lake?
Yes.
Okay.
The
How
housing
about-
authority does not own land in Gaslin.
Okay. Okay. Sand Lake,
Yes.
and what's the demand for units at Sand Lake?
52 applicants on the waiting list at this time for Sand Lake.
Are these applicants for multifamily or senior or single family?
All demographics.
Okay, so. And you're not prepared to break that down, are you?
No.
How about at where there is housing near Balsam Lake?
Three applicants at this time for Balsam.
For single family?
1 elder.
Okay. How about at Danbury?
Danbury has 27, the last I had. All demographic.
Okay. And almost forgot the biggest one here in my backyard, Round Lake.
Round Lake has over 30. I have to look to be specific, but I want to say 34, 35.
Have I overlooked any locations where the housing authority may have applications in?
Clam Lake.
Okay, do you have any idea how many applicants there?
Six.
And Ms. Lowe, are you referring to some documents for these numbers?
I am.
Mr. Adams, may I ask that you have your witness provide copies of those documents to you so that I can see them?
And Miss Lowe, what are the documents that you're referring to?
Housing applications entered into our HDS data system.
And certainly,
So-
I don't want anything confidential, names or otherwise. I just wanted to know where the document that she referred to, where she got these numbers. You feel free to redact anything that you believe I shouldn't see.
So, let me get this right. So did you request these through discovery, Attorney Anderson?
I was unaware of them, and it's, that's one of the difficulties of a Zoom trial, is I just happened to notice that she was looking down and clearly was referring to something to get these numbers.
And how are these documents relevant to the ultimate like outcome of the case?
Well, number one, their testimony is based upon some of these documents. So.
Yeah, but these documents don't have no bearing on the counts contained in the complaint, correct?
But she's already testified. And therefore they are part of the record. And again, I don't want anything confidential. I don't want any names, any identifying information whatsoever. I would just like whatever portion of the document she's referred to that provides this information and numbers. I don't even care by the demographics.
So, I mean, the only thing that I'm going to agree to, that maybe we can come to a stipulation that the Housing Authority provides a spreadsheet of outstanding applications per St. Croix housing or reservation community, but I would object to you receiving the actual applications.
I don't want the actual applications.
Okay, so will you agree to a spreadsheet that identifies the number of outstanding applications per community?
Certainly.
Okay, well, we can provide that.
And as I said, counsel, this is part of the difficulty of a Zoom trial, because if we'd have been in the courtroom, I could likely have seen that she had a document. I would have certainly asked that she put it away or cover it up or something, but appreciate you coming forward with the document or the information rather. All right, now, Ms. Lowe, I'd like to turn to the issue concerning, and correct my pronunciation, is it MEPA or MEPA?
The monthly equity payment account, MEPA.
MEPA, okay. Monthly equity payment account. So do I take that to mean that a portion of every payment that is made by one of the 25 homeowners goes to an account that increases their equity in their property? Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. It's the payment towards the loan balance.
Okay. So if someone has nearly paid off their home, would you agree that they have equity then in their home?
Not in this definition or in the context of the mutual help home ownership program, no. If they paid it off the principal and then above and beyond that, they would have true equity.
Okay, but if a person has paid off $30,000 out of the $40,000 principal, do they have funds in their MEPA accounts that they can ask to draw out for emergencies or otherwise repairs on the home or utility bills?
Emergency only.
That's what you're currently doing.
That's what the current policy states.
And you don't know what the policy was in 2014, do you?
I could find it and send that to you.
But you, as you testify, you don't know what it was.
No,
These homes, you've got 25 homes, I believe you said, that are in the mutual help homes. Is that right?
yes,
And how many years must a person pay before their home is paid for? Do you know?
25 years, 300 months.
Testing my math skills. Okay. So if they made 300 payments, are they done?
If they've made the 300 payments, yes.
Okay. And who administers or makes a determination? And speaking of Ms. Johnson, she's been in the program more than 25 years. Is she going to get some kind of conveyance? Is that how that works? You just-
Objection. There has been no foundation concerning how long Miss Johnson has been in the program.
Okay.
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Lowe, do you know how long Ms. Johnson's been in the program?
I can refer.
Sure.
$1996.
Thank you. No further questions.
Attorney Anderson, did you say no further questions?
No further questions.
Attorney Adams, do you have any redirect?
Do, Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
So, Ms. Lowe, you testified that you're currently under a locks edit,
Yes,
and has HUD told you why you're currently under a locks edit?
yes.
And can you tell me why you're under the locks edit?
We are under a Office of Investigator, the Attorney General for HUD, the OIG. A very large scale investigation.
For fiscal mismanagement?
Correct.
And Ms. Lowe, you previously testified that the housing authority can't make any expenditures unless there is HUD pre-approval.
Correct. It's like a payback
Okay.
system.
And Ms. Lowe, are you familiar with the term internal controls
Yes, I
from
am.
an accounting standpoint?
Yes.
And has HUD told you or communicated to the housing authority that that the locks edit is needed to essentially impose internal controls on the St. Croix Housing Authority?
Yes.
And Ms. Lowe, has HUD said that that was because of the actions of prior housing authority employees?
Yes.
And have they told you who those housing authority employees were that they were concerned with in terms of behavior?
Objection, hearsay.
I can rephrase.
Please.
Ms. Lowe, in your opinion, which past housing authority employees misbehave misbehaved when it came to fiscal management that has now resulted in the locks edit?
Objection is to the qualifications of this witness. To answer the question, there's been no foundation.
Sustained. Rephrase that question.
Ms. Lowe, which prior housing authority employees engaged in fiscal mismanagement, thus resulting in the locks edit?
Karen Johnson, Dwayne Emery, and Natasha Breeden Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. And Miss Lowe, is there any are there any pending housing applications for need at Maple Plain?
Yes,
And do you know how many folks have applied for housing at Maple Plain and are on the wait list?
11.
And various types of applications and demographics?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Attorney Anderson, do you have any follow-up?
No, sir.
Okay, Ms. Lowe, you're excused as a witness. The trial may call you as a rebuttal to what the defendant puts on the stand, and the defendant may also call you as a witness. So please keep yourself available.
Thank you.
So the court thanks you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, I got 4:30. I think this is a good time to call it a day. Attorney Adams, do you have any other witnesses you want to call?
No, Your Honor, I'm gonna provide notice to the court that I'm gonna strike William Reynolds as a witness. He would just be duplicative of testimony that's already been provided, and I don't believe it would be useful.
Okay, so then we're going to reconvene. Wednesday morning at 8:30. And if I remember right, we're only going to go until 3 that day.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So then when we come on Wednesday morning, Attorney Anderson, will be up to you to present your case. You'll start presenting your case to the court.
So, Mr. Adams, is the tribe resting at this time?
Yes, the tribe is gonna rest in terms of its case in chief.
All right, good.
But I reserve the right to make my closing statement until after you put your case in chief on, or your
Of course.
defense.
Of course. So we'll be ready with Ms. Johnson on Wednesday morning, Your Honor.
Attorney Anderson, can you repeat that, please?
I said we'll be ready with Ms. Johnson to go on Wednesday morning.
Right. How are you guys? Court's adjourned and we'll see you guys on Wednesday morning, 8